Well, good evening, everybody. Here we are, back again, Saturday night, which is kind of strange considering that I was streaming Saturday morning, as in finishing about 2 a.m. on what was a marathon Witcher stream. I think that's the longest stream that I've done to date, with the fewest pictures. But when you see the sort of pictures that I was working on, I think you'll understand. So, first things, I'm going to shill my Patreon page, because it would be really nice if those of you watching and people who've shot with me over the last couple of years would consider becoming a supporter, and you can join from as little as £1 a month, which is super cheap. I know, even in these cash-strapped times, I think it'd be a nice way to show some appreciation for all the hard work that goes on behind the scenes, and it would go some way towards taking a bit of the sting out of attending future events, because at the end of the day, these things aren't cheap, and it does cost a fair amount of money to attend a con. And when you think that you're spending a lot of time maybe collaborating with people to generate or create amazing images, it would be nice to get something other than just a bit of recognition, even if it's a little bit of money back to take a few pounds off a ticket, or to pay for a lunch, or buy you a drink at a con. That would be a brilliant bit of way of supporting someone. So, as I've said, you can sub me for £1 a month anytime you like. Feel free to stop if you want to. So that's my shill, which I'm getting you straight on as we go along. Also, this video, as with all the others, will be also made available on YouTube. So if you are watching YouTube, please smash that like, subscribe button and click on the bell notification icon, and it will let you know when I'm next got a video live. That would be much appreciated, and that would also go some way to improving the exposure I've got and helping grow the channel. Also, if you follow the links to my page on Twitch, you can also join my Discord server, which is very quiet right now and could use some people to come in and have a chat with. So, that's enough of me shilling, but I won't guarantee that I won't shill for this again. So, without further ado, let's switch over into Lightroom and just recap where we were last night, or this morning. So this morning I'd finished a couple of major edits, and I also have some good news, because this couple were also cosplaying some X-Men characters, and I think if you've listened to my previous stream, you'll be aware that I mentioned that they had some photos taken with a photographer, had seen the back of the camera, and hadn't seen any pictures since. I'm pleased to report that as of last week, and to be honest, I should have really checked back then, they've managed to track the photographer down. So I'm really happy for them, because there's nothing worse than going to an event, having somebody take your pictures, showing you something on the back of the camera that looks absolutely amazing, and then you don't see it. And you see other people getting their pictures back, albeit maybe slowly because of all the backlog, but they're getting stuff back anyway. So what we did was we started off with some straightforward edits, nothing too complicated, and then on the back of that I thought, I want to see if I can take this a bit further, So we went into the land of composites, and that's the rabbit hole that we pretty much disappeared down for the rest of the stream. So this was the first outcome of one of the composites, and where it finished off last night. And I'm going to own up to this, I have tweaked this photo ever so slightly before the stream went live, purely because I remembered something during the course of today and thought, God, I really need to fix this. So that is where we finished off last night, where we substituted the tree background and put them into a darker, spookier forest, enhanced the eyes, also added some extra lighting effects, as well as some kind of special effects. And I don't know about you, but I was pretty damn impressed this morning with this. I thought, even for me, that's pretty damn good. So that's where we finished off. Now, there were a couple of other photos which you would have seen previously. So if we just switch over into Lightroom, when we get the right selection, it does help. As you can see, I have a lot more photos than I know what to do with sometimes. And if we just go to the flag, this is one of the original edits, which we then tweaked into that other one. That was the actual base image. And before I continue rambling, put a quick message out there on the chat. And what we'll do, let's switch the camera on. So here we are again. The coffee's gone now, so we're on water, but that also means that Stella might make an appearance again tonight. I was feeling a bit wrecked this morning when I woke up, and then my wife told me that the washing machine had stopped working. So that was part of my day, doing diagnostics on the washing machine, cleaning out the filters and all sorts of stuff, trying to figure out exactly what the problem was. And we had some weird error code, and after trying to reset it, it would still come back on. The drum doesn't spin, and apparently after reading a couple of articles, it looks like it's either a potential motor fault, most likely the brushes have gone. Now, considering we've had this thing for years, the motor's done really well, and my video background has just gone off. It is very odd. I might have just clicked on that by accident. So, well, most streams don't always go plain sailing, and this should be any different. So I'm going to have a fun few days when the parts arrive, because I have a few other jobs that need repairing and things need fixing. So we'll see how we get on. So as I said, this was the base image that we used to go onto that other composite. And I'm never going to tire of showing that image. You know, it's a good, funny, goofy image. Just did a really basic edit on it, not very much needed. So I thought there wasn't much point doing that on the stream because it's kind of something you've seen. Same with this one as well. This just kind of brings it into the similar reign of the others. And that is really interesting. That video background is not playing. And I'm wondering what's broken. So we're just going to switch back to our one we were using last night. That's very strange. I'll have to investigate that later. So, conscious I've been rambling on, but then again, if you've watched any of these streams, you know that I can chat shit for hours. Anything up to 4 hours, and that's quite an achievement. Okay, so where are we going to go tonight? Well, I did say last night that I think the next thing we had online was Bellatrix from Harry Potter. And this is, now I have to remember the name again. I think it's Black Witch Undercover, if I'm correct. I should know that because I have shot her before outside Gloucester Cathedral as a Scarlet Witch. Now, one of the things I'm thinking about tonight, following on from what I said yesterday about having some major updates on Lightroom and Photoshop, is I'm going to have a look at this and see what the result will be like with Lightroom, because if you've watched a lot of these streams, you notice that I just use Lightroom really to import images, catalog them, apply a very few basic tweaks, and then do all the heavy lifting work in Photoshop. And then the only other thing I use Lightroom for is just to export the images in a standard format that is optimized for Instagram and has my watermark on there, so that some sort of branding. But in the last sort of week or two, there's been, well, in the last few days, Adobe have released Lightroom 12, and as some of you may be aware, I've been running on 11.3 purely because when 11.5 came out and I upgraded to it, I found that the watermarks either stopped working completely because I was using graphics, or they were very pixelated and they didn't look very clean. And I raised the bug report with Adobe, and a few days ago they contacted me and said, you know, yeah, we've acknowledged it, it's now been fixed in version 12. So I'm giving that a go, as I did last night. Haven't seen any ill effects other than the running out of disk space issues that you would have seen last night. But we're all good on that today. I spent part of the morning just moving things around and freeing up disk space, so we're all good. So, with that in mind, what we'll do is we're just going to switch into the develop module, and this is where we make all of our adjustments. And I think the first thing I'm going to do is just add a little texture. We'll desaturate the image slightly because I tend to like the colors a little bit more muted. And this is also going to be maybe This may turn into a Lightroom v Photoshop showdown tonight, but we'll see how it goes. This could be one of those things that, with all these additional features, could make editing a lot faster. Now, for any photographers who are attending events, especially like those of you who are going to London Comic Con next week, having, say, Lightroom cloud version on your tablet or iPad and being able to do a lot of the editing that you would have normally done in Photoshop would be an immense productivity boost. I know one person who's told me that he can normally get edits out within 15 minutes in just using Lightroom, because he's built up a lot of presets and have things all ready to do what he needs to do. But for anything obviously more complicated, you don't want to bring, your whole gaming rig to a convention, because, you're going to be concentrating on getting out as many pictures to cosplayers as you can to capitalize on the social media movement over the weekend. Now, I don't care about social media, to be honest, so it doesn't bother me any. But any kind of productivity saving is always beneficial, and it's nice to be able to get some things out quickly. So while I've been rabbiting on, because I do that a lot, let's just actually have a look. Okay, it's not too bad. Just a tad. It's a tad soft, perhaps, but then again, you've got to think about where this image is going to be viewed. And for most people, your image is most likely going to be viewed on nothing bigger than a mobile phone screen. Literally, that's it. Print size is very, very rarely, because I don't think people really print pictures these days, unless they're looking to sell prints or things like that. But one thing we do have is the facility to use Topaz AI Sharpen in this and just see how it might behave. So let's just give that a go. So I'll do some preparation work. We'll kick in Topaz AI Sharpen. Let it figure out where it needs to be. And that's perked up quite a bit already. You might have noticed how almost razor sharp that thin, and I think that might be something I'd change that to maybe normal. So we'll see out of which one of these settings kind of yields the best results with the lowest amount of artifacts. Now, with normal, I can definitely see there's a bit of noise, and I think we were shooting this, if I'm not mistaken, at ISO 500, which on a Nikon D810, you kind of expect a little bit of grain to start creeping in at that point. And grain isn't a bad thing. It's just because we're so used to clinically clean digital images that we get a bit concerned, about this. Oh my God, there's just a little bit too much grain visible. But in reality, that's not too bad. So I'm just going to do an auto select on the subject. And let's just zoom to thick. And in all honesty, we don't really need to do much about sharpening the dress there. So let's just... Okay, that was a little bit weird. So that just updated its model then. So we'll just apply that. And let that do its thing. And as you can see, I think it's having a bit of an effect on the screen here. We're not dropping any frames at all, but it does look like we were getting a little bit of a drop. So yeah, that's not so bad. Okay, there's a little bit of artifacting, but when you look at it from there, you wouldn't see it really. And we could always smooth that out anyway. So first thing we want to do is, let's go masking. And this is a cool thing. You see that? That's pretty impressive, using cloud AI technology to detect where there's a person. So I can just say, yeah, let's go and detect. Oh, wow. Now, that's pretty impressive. I did not notice that. You can actually pick out. So you could just selectively sharpen just the eyes. Or just the face. But I would say, for doing that, that's pretty impressive, I must admit. So I could say face and body skin. But what we'll do, actually no, what we're going to do on this, just cancel that. And we just want to select subject, actually select the background. You don't even have to invert the subject selection. That's good. Liking that already. So just so we can make adjustments, it puts an overlay to show you what area it's actually looking at. So we'll untick that for a second. And let's say, okay, I want to make this a bit colder. I mean, this is Bellatrix. Geez, Bucknut's crazy. And, you wouldn't want to run into her in the middle of a woods. And we could take the color temperature right down, and you can see how we can really tweak the background a bit. The one thing that they don't have working yet, and I would really love to see them be able to do, will be to add curves with the RGB layers attached, as well as color grading. So we could actually get this panel, and within the panel we could go ahead and change highlight, midtones and shadows, but only affect this bit, which is something that we normally have to do in Photoshop with a curves layer. So I'm hoping that maybe the next version there'll be some iterative update that will enhance that. So what we've done, we take the temperature down a bit. I'm thinking while we're at it, it might be a little too bright, so let's just take it a tiny bit down. And we'll just pull those highlights down a bit as well. kind of want to give it a kind of a moonlight feel. And while we're at it, we've already desaturated the whole image, so I don't think we need to affect that change much. And again, got an awful lot of adjustments. We could adjust the hue on this. In fact, let's have a look and see what that does. Right, so that's mainly affecting the highlights, so I'm going to put that Control-0 does that, and we'll just reset that to where we are. So looking at that, I might say that exposure is just a little bit down, and we might just taking our shadows right down. That will make it very dark indeed. You know, and that's what happens when you live in a world without light. Ayy. Oh, the jokes are going to be thick and fast tonight. Or they're just going to be thick. I've got to think of something to say while I'm doing this stuff. Yeah, we'll just sort of say, don't want to open up the shadows too much. That there. Like I say, doesn't look like much, and you think, okay, well, can't say I can see a difference there. So just watch this. There you go. There's our original. Switch on the mask, and instantly we've just gone and changed the background. So he's literally popped off our subject and isolated them and made changes to the background. Now I can create a new one. In fact, what we could do, yeah, let's go with that. So again, now we've selected subject, we'll take off the overlay there, and we might say, okay, I don't want the skin to look too blue. I want to take some of that warmth out, because Bellatrix isn't warm. She spent her time in Azkaban prison. So we'll pull that down a bit. And maybe just take the highlights down a little. And with that dress, we'll just sort of go that, lift the shadows a little bit. And just a touch of texture. And I think that almost does it there. So again, we switch off just to have a quick look. Now we switch the masks back on, be straight away where we are. So take that mask off, and we'll now move towards, say, the tone curve. So we could use the color wheels, but I kind of always end up going towards like orange, teal. Seems to always be a thing I end up picking up, and everybody uses it too much. So what we'll do is we're going to play around with the curves there, and we'll just have a look at the overall kind of adjustment. Okay, yeah, we definitely don't want red, so we're just gonna maybe reset that channel. Let's take the green. Again, we pull down the greens, we're starting to go magenta. What we can do is we can just lift green in the shadows a little bit. And then we'll go to our blue channel. Again, as we pull down, you can start to bring yellows in. As we push up a little bit, going to the much colder tones. I kind of want a little bit of cold. And let's just add a little bit. I'd say about 12, 14. Let's leave it at that. Okay, a little quick check. Yeah, we've definitely got a little bit of artifacting creeping in. So we may need to run another mask to do a bit of skin smoothing. So let's go to our masks. We'll create a new mask. And going to make the face and body skin. What is actually? No, wow, that looks scary as fuck. Yeah, if she was watching this tonight, she'd be messaging me saying, "What the hell are you doing with me?" So let's create a little mask on this. So that's another mask. We'll just turn that mask off. And we'll maybe zoom in about 100%. And let's pick custom effect. So let's see what we've actually got. Now the interesting thing is with this version, they seem to have gotten rid of presets like skin soften light, although in all honesty it is really just the clarity layer. So if I just say pick clarity and it boosts it to 50, I might just take the clarity down. Just down like so to minus 50 say. And then it's almost like a skin smoothing effect. But yeah, looking at that artifacting, that's bugging me a lot. So I think what we'll do with this particular edit is I'm going to go right back to the original. I'm not going to use topaz to sharpen it because I think, in all honesty, the artifacting is a bit too much, but we should get most of the settings fairly quickly. But I'm definitely not going to work with this one, so we're going to just say take that one, that will just reset that to where we were. I'm just going to move from Lightroom. So sorry about that, but at the end of the day, you've just got to see what Topaz AI can do when it works well. Sometimes it's not ideal, and this is one of those situations where I really think we can get away without using it. It was just nice to try it out, but again, we hit masking, let's hit background, and boom, there we are. So we take that background, let's just get the tint down there, bring the exposure down about half a stop or so. Bring the shadows up a little. And then select our subject. And we'll just take the exposure just a teeny tiny bit. Bring those shadows up a little bit, because when we do the color grading, we want to actually add some color into those shadow areas. And that's going to kind of give it like a color cast. So we've got that bit going there. And let's see. Do we want to change the temperature on it a little bit? Yeah, we want to keep a bit of warmth, but not too much. So I'm going to take it about -19. So and that, I would say, is that's the masking done. So again, we just switch off, back on again. See, we've made a few little changes there. Let's go off our masking. Next, we'll go to the tone curve. I think we were thinking overall of maybe, yeah, pulling that red just a tiny bit off. Reset that channel, let's hit green. Let's reset that. Control point there, and we'll just a little bit of a green cast. And for blue, we don't just go towards the yellows. We want to kind of make it feel a bit cooler. And we'll leave it at 16. So that's our sort of main color grading using its own curve. I mean, we could go in and make very, very fine tunings to all the separate color areas. And we can also go into the color grading panel. So for example, in our shadows, we might say, okay, I want to take them and I want to go kind of bluish, but I don't want them too blue in the darks. And the thing is, much like using lookup tables and curves, all of the effects are cumulative, so they all stack on top of each other. Yeah, we can take our highlights and we can say, you know, I want them to there, or I actually want my highlights to be almost the same region. So this is kind of like a split toning. If that's what you wanted. I mean, take that back. See where we're at. Go to an overall color grade and just say, you know, I want it to have kind of the everything. Then we just take that down, or we can make it a lot brighter. So you can do quite a bit with this. Just taking down that luminance value. You can see how that's made the whole image kind of bluish. Not really sure on that one, so I'm going to reset that. It was a nice try, but sometimes, you know, you look at things and think they're not going to work as well as you think they do. Let me just zoom it to 25%. And that's fine. I think that's pretty much the kind of look that we're going for here. So what will be interesting to find out is how easy is it to copy the settings from each separate mask to the next image, because again, that will be a way of standardizing your look. So when we go from this picture to this picture, I want all of the background tones to be exactly the same as this. So let's a little look at this. So if we say take the background layer, just expand that out. And we actually copy it, and it doesn't look like there's an option to be able to do that. So it might just mean looking at a picture and going, take a quick snapshot and just sort of think, half a stop, underexpose, 33 shadows, -26 temperature. And then when we go to the next mask, it's temperature by -19, 33 again, and 0.3 on the exposure, and just see how that looks. So this is all a bit of an experiment tonight, but as you've seen, you know, we've got pretty quick graded results. If I felt that there was a need for maybe things like atmospherics, like fog, which I would really actually want to use in this, I'd have to take this into Photoshop and split this into separate layers so that, you know, Bellatrix exists on her own layer, isolated from the background, so that we can then create fog in the background as well as in the front. And we may do that with one of the images, just, you know, just to see what the difference in workflow's like. I'll just quick look at chat. Yeah, chat's quiet, but then again, it's a Saturday night. I'm sure people can find better things to do than look at this screen, but then again, you never know. If you are watching this stream on YouTube, please leave a comment, even a thumbs up, thumbs down even. Any interaction is more than welcome. It'll help the channel grow somehow. So let's go on to our next image now. I'm just sort of thinking, looking at this, is this image too bluish? Starting to wonder about that. So if I take that temperature and maybe just sort of move it back there to -8. Yeah, I think -8 might be better. This is why you need to come back and look at things, a while after you do your first edit, because you're concentrating on getting it right first time, and then when you look at it later on, you think, oh god, how did I miss that? So I think that kind of is where we want to go. It's just a case of making a note of what the settings are, which is a bit of a pain. So let's go to this image next and see, detecting the person straight away, but pick the background. And I think we were about 19 in temperature, half a stop. And shadows were about 33. This is one of the where it's a little bit more painful to have to remember these numbers each time. But say we get that, then we create a new mask, select subject this time, and we'll go for like a -8.3 and 33 on the shadows. I could be a few either side, it wouldn't make that big a difference. The real difference will happen once we go towards applying the curves layer. This is where it all starts to unravel a bit, because then it's remembering what adjustments you actually made. And I have a feeling with green, it kind of raised the green a little bit to about 12. And then we did something about the same on blue. Actually went about 16. And that was it. I mean, how long did that take, really? For a basic edit, especially if you're not doing things like skin smoothing or correction, this is a quick way to get a few images out. And as I've said before, if you're not going to be using any kind of effects or dodge and burn, then you might actually be able to get this stuff done in Lightroom in double quick time. So there we go. Compare it from how it used to look. Let's just see if we got a reference here. This one I kind of remember. So just showing you there. On the left, as it's obvious, labeled, you can see before. So that's what we started with. And the after, you can see that we've got slightly darker background. I was intending to make it a little darker actually, but I may just play around with a gradient, circular gradient sort of thing. We'll just turn it to a vignette, and for one of the pictures I think I'm going to use that just to create a bit of emphasis more on the subject. But again, for a basic edit, that's pretty good. Nice and quick. Now you might be thinking, if it's this quick, why have you taken so long to get all your pictures out? Well, that's because I'm a bit of a perfectionist, and that doesn't mean to say that for this set of pictures that I'm not and I don't care. That's not true. I do. I just want to see how good the tools are in Lightroom, and can it be, a possible game changer when it comes to quick edits. And for some subjects, I think it definitely does. When there's more intense work needed, I'm always going to go Photoshop every time. But for something like this, I think this is ideal. You get a look like this very quickly, and to be quite honest, there are quite a lot of cosplay photographers out there who are just doing Lightroom edits because they've got their stuff really fine-tuned to their look, and they can get stuff out on the day really quickly, which for them is obviously essential because they want to capitalize on the social media movement, whereas I'm focusing more on the quality aspects. I want the pictures to look good enough, if I'm going to stick my name on them. And it all starts off with, getting our picture into a place where I think it's really good. And for this, I think this works. So we'll move on. We'll just go back to that one. And again, this was a very, very quick impromptu set. It was just like a couple of minutes shooting. So you have to make the most of the time that you've got. And there we go. So we've got that overlay detected. Just pull that down to there. That alone just makes that bit of a change there. Create a new mask, and we'll select this whole sub-bit. Take the temperature down by about 8, reduce the exposure a bit. I'm going to just raise those shadows because, again, we've got a lot of dark areas here and we want to take full advantage of the color grading that we're going to apply. So looking at that, I think that's fine. So we'll turn off masking, and again we'll go to our tone curve, grab the green, and we expect there to be a certain amount of green cast because she's literally standing inside the branches of a large tree. We'll take that to 12, and again we'll just take that and we'll make that about 60. Don't think that was right there. That's why, because we should select it the other point. But there we go. So we just take that tone curve off and on. You can see how you've just got that kind of slight color cast appearing, especially in the darker areas. And that's how quick that edit went. I'm shocked how quickly that went, in all honesty. But like I say, when there isn't a lot to do, you don't have to spend hours editing every tiny little detail. If you're not going to be zooming in too close, you can get away with it. I just like to do that to smooth things out and see how big a difference this makes. So let's take our next picture. And yes, this is, I think this was one of my favorite ones from the set. I think it kind of works well with the angle and all the stuff we got going on there. So I detect the background. Easy peasy. So just make that a bit cold. Oh. We'll just create a new mask where we select subject. And for this, we're just going to pull -8. And we'll pull the shadows up a little bit. And what it might do as well, let's create this time a radial gradient. So we'll start up in the middle. And we'll just invert that mask. We'll just take it down a little. Maybe about that much. And we'll take the highlights down. Not that, that's a little too much, but yeah, you sort of see where we're going. I want this to sort of feel a little darker. So I think that is where we need to go for that. And now we're back to our tone curves. And there we go. So we switch off our tone curves and back on again. You can see that. And we can also show the before and after. And that is really straightforward edit. And the 1 hour of 4 edits, that's about 15 minutes. You know, if we don't count the complete screw up we did with the first one, we probably got these done in around about maybe 5-10 minutes a piece. And that's with minimal work. So as we've just passed the first hour, I'm going to take a quick break, and we'll see you back shortly after these messages. And we're back for part 2 of the 18% Grey Show. So, if you haven't fallen asleep, switched off, changed channel, you're back for more inane banter, me chatting crap to what looks like nobody at the moment in chat. So if you are lurking around, please feel free to dive in and just say hi. And, you know, If you're watching this on replay, especially if it's on YouTube, consider dropping a comment. Anything will do. You could say, dude, please stop posting these things. I'm not going to stop, so I don't care anyway. But any comment is more than welcome. So I hope you've all had or are enjoying your Saturday evening. It's kind of weird to be streaming again only 8 hours after the last stream. But what's even weirder is the speed in which we've just whizzed through 4 images by doing a quick sort of Lightroom style edit as opposed to Photoshop. Now, I'm not going to just abandon this set of images just because I think, oh yeah, they're good enough. This is just like a test for what Lightroom would be like in a rapid fire situation where you're going to need to get content out very quickly and you're not bothering too much about the heavy lifting. I mean, in all honesty, most photographers at events are always keen to get their pictures out within a couple hours of the event ending to capitalize on social media exposure. And as you know, I don't really care about any of that. I'm more interested in people actually contacting me and saying, hey, I'd love to do a shoot with you. Can we talk about this? And that will be far more interesting to me than, oh wow, you've got a whole load of Instagram followers. That's great, but how does that benefit me? Because I need content as much as you guys do. So if you are a cosplayer, especially in the northwest of England, and you happen to be watching this or someone's put you onto this, if you've seen the pictures that I do, you like the way I edit, and you're not freaked out by me because you've seen me on stream, so you know what you see is what you get. This is what I'm like. I don't bite honest much, but you'd like to shoot with me, contact me, reach out to me, let's get something planned. I'd really love to get out and get, say, a couple of shoots every other month. That would be heaven for me. So let's try and make this happen. Anyway, enough rambling. Well, there's never enough rambling from me. You just got to keep this airspace constantly full of inane drivel, and I can do that to a T. So, as I said just before the break, this is the original image where we started off, and this is the edited image using just Lightroom. And we've been able to use the AI masking tool to separate the background, affect color changes and exposure to that, and then create a second mask for our subject, and then apply different settings, and then go out and then just apply an overall sort of color grade for our tone curves. And this is kind of where we finished off. But as you know, this is a test, and it's just a way of showing people how quickly you can do things if you don't need to do much. And there's no crime in doing Lightroom edits. It's very common in, say, portraiture to just knock out a Lightroom edit, send it to your client. They can have a quick look at it and go, yeah, I'm happy with that. They may not even want anything more than that off you, or they might say, that's great, but can't wait to see the finished article. And then you go back into Photoshop and then do all the heavy lifting. Like I said, if you wanted to add special effects, overlays, any kind of weird lighting effects, I was at Photoshop every time. Now, what I've done with this image, and you notice I'm getting a little hoarse here, is I've just created a snapshot. And snapshot is a list of all the changes and settings I've made. So I'm just going to go back to this image and we're going to reset it. And hopefully we don't lose these settings. That's why we have the old snapshot there. So there we go. We take everything back to how it was. So at this point I would take 7 to 9 on texture, saturation about -19. Let's go to the sharpening. And we'll just leave it about there. That's fine. And then we're going to take this into Photoshop. Now you might be thinking, why are you doing that now? You've just edited the image. That was just a quick edit. Now I want to play around with this one a little bit and see if we can take it a little bit further. Leave a message out there in the chat. So what we'll do next is let's just zoom in and we'll just take a quick look at anything that we might want to just fix. As you zoom in, you know, most cosplayers watching this would be horrified, which is probably why Facetune tool is so popular on mobile phones. Because when they get pictures back from people, the first thing they think about is like, I've got to change how I look. I can't possibly put that. And we need to set that to current and below because I'm being an idiot there. And we're not going to clean out. Well, I could try cleaning up some of these hairs. Stray hairs are something of a bugbear of mine. I mean, normally this is with artificial wigs. Yeah, went a little bit off there. But you need to be very careful with your selection areas. Keep it very close to where you're working. So just need to just clean this a little bit. And we're just looking at our little things that might just be tiny distractions, and I just want to move. That's just a little too far. Getting a little carried away myself. This is one of those things that, you know, if you had the time, had somebody assisting you, especially someone who the cosplay is all right with, you could have them going up to them and just like correcting the hair. Just set it down a little. Take that out there a little bit and blend that out. And just remove a few of those stray hairs. And I think you'd agree straight away that's a lot cleaner result than what we had before. So what we'll do, just turn off our background, select these two layers, label them as appropriate, and then we'll go felt a sudden draft there, so what that was. Maybe we got spooked, or this is when they come back and watch the replay and see somebody pass by. So yeah, we'll go with 33%. That's fine. Let's get our frequency separation action up. Give it 6 pixels, that should be plenty. Detail, close down current layer. We can just move around a little bit and look at anything that we need to just apply. Bit of a tweak too. I'm using the opacity 55, so it's blending things in. Of course, as you see, yeah, you start to spot. Just teeny tiny little corrections, and all we're doing is just applying very small amounts with a much lower opacity, so it doesn't look, you don't see an obvious edge. When you're using the clone stamp tool. One other thing we want to do is we want to fix up the this is where tool can be good for cleaning up, or at least fixing up makeup, because it has a tendency to sort of disintegrate over time, and this is why on model shoots you'll often see the makeup artist going in between shoots to touch up the model's lipstick and correct hair and things like that. So what we'll do next is we'll just zoom out there, we'll switch to the blur there, get our lasso tool. Yeehaw. That's a terrible pun. I'm here all week. So of course in blur, oh, 2 lots on there. And we'll just take this part first. And I thought this area will just put around under the eyes. That will just take that bit over the top as well. Come back to the corner of the mouth. We'll just finish off just on the inside of the necklace line. just capture all the other open areas, and it's just doing this for sort of completeness sake. Plus, it kind of makes sense if you start on one part of the face, but the neck and say collarbone, yeah, well, collarbone, clavicle exposed, that you might as well continue it, otherwise it looks a little bit obvious that you've made some changes. In fact, we just want that we didn't do. Let's round back here. And just a little bit along the ridge of the nose. And turn it off. And, you know, it's a subtle effect. I don't use it super heavy because I'm not looking for plastic skin. But you can see how it smooths out and evens out some of the areas. And you could use a mixer brush tool as well on another layer to further tweak this. But we're not going for a high fashion look here. I mean, this is Bellatrix we're talking about, and she's pretty fucking scary, so. And that's all the tweaks that we need to do with that. So, with that in mind, let's just merge that into another layer. Turn these two off because we've done pretty much what we want to do there. Next thing we'll do is we'll duplicate the layer. And you'll be thinking, duplicate the layer? Yeah, because what we're going to do is we're now going to take our select tool. We're going to use our cloud select and select our subject. Just have a quick zoom in and check, and yeah, I can already see a couple of areas where we just need to tweak that a little bit. But they're an AI assisted program that is pretty damn good. There's an area here we need to do, so we'll just hit Alt and draw that and check around the hands. Like just clean that up a touch. And that is ready. Shape to light. So I think that's the selection done. Well, I say that and then I zoom in and then I just spot this. Area, we just need to tuck that in a little. That's better. And now we'll go with the add a layer mask. Well, the chat's very quiet tonight. Boy, I'm drying up already. Did my live stream wear you out, guys, that much? So, now that we've separated our layers, I'm going to go in and we'll go check our curves layer. First thing we're going to do is we're just going to make the background a little darker. Yeah, not too dark. Maybe we'll highlight down a little bit there. Then what we'll do, I think we looked at just sort of pulling the green slightly down, maybe just raising that overall. Actually, we'll leave that because that's going to be applied at the layer above. Just remember that. And we want to make this a little cooler tone, so we'll just put that there. Don't think we need to do much with the reds, but we can have a look. Yeah, I think on this, maybe just take the red out a little bit there. Again, very, very subtle color tweaks there. So when we look at the RGB layer, you can kind of see where we're going, and that's only affecting our background layer. So if we just switch that off, back on again, you can see how that is affected immediately. So next thing we're going to do is we take the curves layer. This time we apply it so it's only applying to this layer. So any changes I make are only going to affect our subject, and they're not going to affect anything in the background. Pretty obvious stuff, but if you're new to this channel, you're just watching this now and wondering how do we do this sort of stuff, this is pretty much how we manipulate photos. So my first thought is I want to darken her a little bit. Just I don't like too much about there. That's kind of where I'd be going. And let's look at color balances. Now we don't want it too green, that's definitely not. This is where we might just say, let's pull the green down a touch. That's very, very slight. And looking at the blue, it's one we want to push up a little bit. So that's now only affecting electrics. So again, you can see how that changes. And the next thing we're going to do is we're just going to add a bit of dodge and burn on this, because I want this to feel much more like a nighttime scene. So 6% I think will do. we're going to do is making sure we've got our brush. Just going to draw very thin stroke. Just where the highlights are. And then around here. A little bit there. Again, we're just going along the edges where the light is catching. And then we switch to black. Then we use that to darken these areas down a touch. You know, looking at this, you might think, well, not really a lot happening there, but let me assure you that it's definitely there. We'll see it now. You see how we've just enhanced that area a little bit. And again, I might just say, some of the curls, you know, where light is catching a little bit. We're just going to just quick loosely draw over a few strands here and there. And while we're at it, just reduce the size of this a little bit. And just lift those eyes just a little bit there. Again, it's not a massive amount. That's literally all that we need to be doing, I think, there. Now, one thing I'm still thinking we want is I kind of want to darken this bit at the top. So just coming back to this curves layer. Just wonder if we can add a gradient. No, just thinking that might. Let's see. We'll create a layer. And what should we do? Let's fill the layer with black. And what do we want to do then? Gradient tool. No, I wonder what gradient that just did. Ooh, no, I don't think we wanted that. I just wanted basics. foreground to be transparent perhaps. Let's just try that. Would have probably select that the right way around, I think. Yeah, okay. Let's just get rid of that layer, create a new layer. Kind of got what we want, but not in the right. So maybe what we'll do. Stay up there. Leave that as a darken layer and just toggle that off and on. That's not really having the effect I wanted. Kind of trying to simulate a linear gradient in Lightroom, except we're not having the same look. But you know, hey ho, maybe the answer is it in the opposite direction. Let's put that as overlay or normal. Should maybe go that way. This is the point where I'll just say, sod it. We'll use a dodge and burn on the layer and actually burn it in that way, which actually makes more sense, I think. Actually, no, actually, come to think of it, even better way. Let's just get rid of that for a second. I've just had a thought on that. But we have a curved layer on that. And what we could do is add a second curves layer, and we're just gonna pull right this down a bit more, something like that. Then we will invert that. Use our brush and we'll make the flow about 30%, and then what we'll do is we're just going to just pull the paint around these highlighted areas. Yeah, and I think that's more like where we want to go with that. So now that we've got our dodge and burn layer in, one other thing I want to add is ear fog. I think we mean rear fog. Saying fog that's behind our subject first, and then we'll have fog in front. So let's use advanced fog 2 again. Go to our brush settings, check our transfer, pen pressure, and fade. And then what we'll do is we're just going to add some random fog. Well, here's the thing. Have you ever heard of black fog? That's called smoke. Help if we turn that thing round, won't it? So we have something like that there. Just turn that off. Then immediately above that, all this front fog. And for this one, we can play with I think that's a little not quite what I was hoping for, but bigger. Something like that. And what we'll do then, itchy nose, is we're going to just drop the opacity on that a bit. You know, I sort of like the look of that fog tall. So let's just nuke that layer altogether. I might pick a different brush just to make this. So we'll go for. Actually, let's go through that smoke, I think. And we'll make sure that the control is pen pressure. Stage. And well now so what we'll do is we're just going to drop this somewhere about there, I think. Turn that off, go to the rear fog, and we'll take that down so it's not strong because it's up in the distance more. And bring our front fog together, and now we've got a bit of atmospherics to play with on this, and I think that looks to me better as an edit than Lightroom. But as I said, When it comes to quick edits where you don't need to add lots of effects or anything like that, you might not, Lightroom might be perfect for the job. It's a good tool. It has some great features now, and it seems to be getting even better. But as soon as you want to add something a little extra, I feel like I need it to be Photoshop. Now, I'm sort of thinking at this point that we might add another effect, because I just feel that there's an effect coming on here, just like there's a can of Stellum. And that's just going to give us a little something else to play with. And then we'll go off with the finish with the color grade. So what we're going to do next is look. I'm gonna have to just check on brushes, because not lightning brush. This is when I discover I've lost or haven't imported most of my brushes. Ouch. Should have prepared that, but we can get that sorted fairly soon. So just need to have a quick think about what we've got. Special effects brushes, no, that's not going to work. Lightning, not so much. Let's look at import brushes. This is the point where go. Back to resources. Let's wake up the disk. Take a few seconds to spin up, and then we should be able to access brushes. Lens flare, Photoshop brushes. Right, okay, so it's I think that's going to be one of the ones we want to use. So let's take that, load that in. Let's have a quick look at what flares we're going to use. That might work, but let's have a quick look through. Now that's starting to get where we want to be, I think. So out of that, I say that would probably work. But what we need to do is just get a quick reference of what Bellatrix is we look for sample images and see if there's anything there that gives us a clue. So that's also quite interesting, because looking at that you can see it's definitely kind of a greenish tone there, but we're not getting a clue at all on how her wand actually glows. So we might need drawing. Let's have a look. If we can't get an exact reference, then we'll just use creative license, as we can do. And that may well be what we do. Right, we've got art print go into that. A little greenish, but so we are looking at a very sort of multicolour green, I think, here. Just going off some of these sample images, I think. So green it is, especially as there's nobody in the chat to argue with me that I'm wrong. So I'm going to do it anyway. Only kidding. But yeah, let's go for green. So let's go back to Photoshop and create a new layer. So I'm going to select that brush. Create a new layer and we'll take that. Put the dog and burn. Actually, take it inside the dog. And we'll call this one, because we may have more than one yet. And let's pick our color. Something. Oh, quite. I think we need to go something. Not so much dark. Yeah, somewhere about there. I can see this being built up with maybe a mixture of white and a shade or two of green. So we can play with the transparency on this as well. So what we'll do, got that layer selected. Is that the... I'm not sure about that one. Really? It looked very different. Now that might be a possibility, but we need to just make a teeny tiny adjustment. That might work. Let's just zoom out. I'd probably get rid of a few of those light rays because they just, I don't know, doesn't quite work for me, I think. This is one of the things you have to play around with. In fact, what we'll do, that's set. Let's just open up another set, because I have quite a few. And we'll see what we've got. This set. Okay, a lot of these are like lens flares, but there is at least, now that as a possibility. that could be more intense. That's kind of closer to what I'm looking at. That's just way off. Too much. I've used that one before a few times, so I know that's good. So let's try this one. Just drop that down a touch. Now that doesn't look too bad. What we could do, add another layer. And this time we'll add white. And we'll make the brush a tiny bit smaller. There we go. Now I think we're starting to cook with gas here, which is a good job, really, especially considering what gas costs these days. Oh, we're in the second hour of the stream, but nobody's online. Wow. Let's have a quick look at how that looks. And I think that looks okay. I didn't even really need to adjust the opacity, although I could take the opacity down a bit, perhaps. But then again, I think maybe let's leave it about there. So we've got our one glow, so we're just going to stick that in its own group. One effect, so we can switch that off and on. And the next thing we want to do is we want to take that colour and we want to do a colourful layer. You can probably guess where this is going. So we do solid colour. Well, that's our dodge and burn layer working over that. And we'll then invert our mask. And then what we can do is using, I say, go for our standard soft round brush on this particular occasion. And then we can add a bit of a glow. Looking at this, what we'll do is we'll leave this at 100% and then we'll tweak the opacity to suit. So first thing first, we've got light source very close, so we'd expect to have some light dotting around. Maybe make this a little bigger. And what we'll do is we're just going to take that from normal and switch that over to soft light. Yeah, I'd say soft light's probably better for this job. Again, if you have a look now, you can see how we've affected the dark shadow areas. colours the mask here, so I want the mask to look like it's picking up some colour as well as the wand, because this one is glowing and again, we're just going to just taking a look at that now. That's where we are at 100% opacity, so we're going to take that down a little bit. And you can see at this point there's no effect at all. But it just starts to creep in. About there, so you can see how we're getting some of the green starting to fall onto the mask. Really, I think we do just need to add a little bit there. And what I'm wondering about also is if we duplicate this layer. Now that obviously accentuates it too much, but what we're going to do is we're going to take that, delete that, and then we'll add a mask again and invert it, and then we're going to go in closer, and where we have little lines and bolts, we're just going to do the same thing as we did with the Witcher shoot. Is we're going to literally draw in like catching on this. So let's just about there. And again, we might just switch to black just to these lines a little crisper. So we are literally just picking edges. Don't have too many. Oh, actually, we do have a few edges here and there. Just like there. And again, wherever we've got a little highlight picked up, let's just make that. and we're just playing around with this layer. So if it doesn't work out, I'll probably just deactivate it. But I just want to sort of take a quick look. Just zoom out, and let's just turn that layer. Let's turn off the colour fill first, and we'll just see how much colour difference that's actually made, and that's running at 85% opacity. The real question is, yeah, that's okay. So we take that and we move that around about there, and turn on the colour fill. Nice, maybe about 50%, and we have the wand effect. That's kind of getting into the ballpark area for this, so let's quickly scroll up and have a look. And again, because we've got a light source here, we're expecting it to light under the chin and most of the face, so you do sort of expect the hair to pick up a little bit. And while we're there, just draw in catch lights of green in the hair. Just take that opacity something like that there. Yeah. I'd say that, to me, that's kind of where we want to be. I would ask you what you think about it in the chat, but there's no one in the chat to answer back, so at the end of the day, my judgment rules overall. I think we can still do with like a bright spot more around here. It just sort of needs, I think actually this does need to be covered green perhaps, so let's go through to that. What we'll do, duplicate this layer again, it's crazy, I know. but there is method in my madness. We're always mad. Take that to 100%. And let's just enlarge this size of our brush a bit. So maybe is maybe that's gonna just sort of simulate it. Take that and reduplicate that layer again. See how that looks overall. And I'd say that's not too bad. So yes, we will merge. Actually, we'll group those together actually, and we'll call it poster lighting. And just turn that off and on will. Set 100%. I want to take that down to about 40% maybe. We need to have something visible there. That's just a sort of global lighting on that. So wand effect. So with all of that, I think as it stands, it's fine. I don't think it wouldn't really need anything else, but there's nothing to stop us from just going and thinking, well, why don't we add a lookup table? So why don't we? And the first thing I can think of is maybe horror blue, perhaps. Wow, that's quite strong for what we'll do. And we'll add another lookup. This time we might go for tension green. That just takes the green. It's very subtle. Does add a little bit extra. kind of give us that kind of look, and maybe we could add one more. So we said we go with something like edgy amber. And we'll then just take that right down. And then we can just play around with each of these. And see what we think works. Or at it, we'll group them together and call it color grade. And that way we can switch that off and on. Also play around with curves there. So we'll look at maybe picking the green point there. Blue channel. So we have that look. Look. All the combination of both. So that's all of the lighting effects stacked together. So this is a point where we think, what should we do with this? Spoiled for choice at the moment. Take all the color grades off. You have a choice of that. Curves there, which, yeah, I like the way it's all lifting into the shadows. Using our LUTs to affect some of the color change, or combine both of them. I think the combination, I'm going to go with that for that one. So that's a example of editing in Photoshop versus Lightroom. So you've seen that when we switch to Lightroom, if we go back, this is our original picture. So we apply our snapshot, do a before and after. You can see how we've made the change and darken the background a bit, cool the color temperature, done the same with our subject, added some color into the shadow area, left the highlights relatively untouched. It was more the shadowy areas I'm more interested in for this particular picture. And then when we switch to Photoshop, we just take it that next level. So we've got a bit of atmospherics, bit of green lighting. No, she's not She-Hulk, but you know, if you've got a wand glowing bright green, you expect to have green landing on you in places. So that's why we've drawn it in, added it on in places, so it gives a bit of realism to the lighting. So let's get that saved. Now that we saved, I think this is a good point to take a break, and when we come back, we'll have a look and see what else we could do in maybe the last perhaps hour or so. We'll see how it goes. Been streaming for 2.5 hours now. I usually average about 3 hours, but yesterday's stream was marathon 4 hours. So don't go away, because we'll be right here waiting for you. You know, that could be a song, huh? So we'll see you shortly. And welcome back to part 3 of the 18% Grey Show, the only photography show guaranteed to cure insomnia. Watching this will make you sleep. So, now that we're in third part of this stream, 2.5 hours in, it's that time again. So here we go. We're on the Stella. I know what you're thinking. It's 1:30 midnight. What is this guy on? Well, it's a bit of a tradition. Oh, that was good. So, to recap, if you've just joined or jumped into this part of the stream, we've sort of been doing a bit of a Photoshop or a Lightroom v Photoshop edit challenge. And what we've kind of concluded is that, and it's pretty obvious to most people in all honesty, if you just need to do really quick edits and you don't need to do any advanced skin smoothing, adding effects, Lightroom is your go-to. So if you are shooting at a Comic-Con, you have an iPad with you and you have Creative Lightroom CC that you can upload pictures to the cloud. You can do on-the-fly editing, get pictures out, get those likes and the follows on your social media accounts right at the same time as the event occurs. Unless of course you're me and you're poor and can't afford to go to London Comic Con, because at the end of the day I'm just a poor boy and nobody loves me. Yep, we've started the Stella. It's going downhill from here, boys. So this is the outcome of our Photoshop edit, where we've gone from the basic sort of edit that we did in Lightroom, and we added a bit of atmospherics, added some lighting effect, as well as a bit of a special effect. So we have, you know, Bellatrix looking pretty crazy, but then when doesn't she look crazy? And she's got the wanted poster. Sadly, there's no reward, because I think, you know, there was a reward. Would you hand yourself in for the reward? Chances are you wouldn't get it, but it is worth a thought. So, enough of this inane drivel. What else would we do on this stream if I wasn't inane drivel? There's no one in the chat this evening or this morning. Where are you all? Probably all getting drunk. Anyhow, I've opened up a couple of images in preparation for the next bit, because when I was going through the edits, I thought there's something missing here. I'm sure they've missed somebody out. And, you know, I don't want to miss anybody out. And I know the reason why, because I flagged the pictures in Lightroom separately from everyone else for a specific reason, because the cosplayer did ask for a contact sheet, wanted to see some of the pictures, and told me which ones they'd like editing. So we'll take that. I kind of like that. You know what? Export that now. And while we're at it, let's just take these three and export them for Instagram 2022. So that does the automatic resize for optimum size for Instagram, minimum compression, and watermarked. Most important. So you know who took the picture, because chances are you may not get tagged and no one will find me. So if you are posting pictures of me, or pictures that I've taken, please tag me. Let people know where to find me and how to contact me, because I am available for shoots. You just need to make the effort to reach out to me. Now, I know for some people that might be a little difficult. It may be out of their comfort zone, but you can contact me by direct message, through Instagram, my Facebook page, my website. There's plenty of ways you can get in touch. And the simple thing you need to say is, hey, Mike, I like your work. I'd love to shoot with you. And I'm in the UK, preferably in the Northwest, because then for me, that means the traveling expenses are minimal, which is always good. I don't mind traveling for shoots, but I would insist on some sort of payment towards covering the travel costs, which is only fair. So, before I get on to the next set of edits, as I mentioned previously, I thought I missed somebody out, and I have. So what we're going to do is we'll just turn off the filters and show only those with the red label. And this is Bunny May, and she selected a couple of shots of Lara Croft. I was very fortunate to get a quick shoot with her. Some of the other photographers got some amazing pictures, but I'm a fan of Tomb Raider. I mean, the new game is a bit hard. I don't like the quick time quests that you have to do. They seem to be really tricky, but you know, I'm an old gamer, so I remember Tomb Raider when Lara used to look extremely blocky, for want of a better word, unless you were rich enough to afford a 3D FX Voodoo card. Now that is showing my age. So what we have here, picture taken at Keel Hall. We're inside one of the rooms on the, I think the first floor. Yeah, probably the first floor, I'm guessing, because immediately to the left of this area there's a middle room which has a large piano, and that's where I did a shoot with the Umbrella Academy. That was quite fun. Enjoyed it. You know, group shoots aren't always my thing, but that was a good one to do. So, next thing to think about is how are we going to approach this edit? I've had an itchy nose, so if you see me scratching, I mean, no, I've not been snorting anything, honest. I'm on the Stella, that's as far as I ever go. So what we'll do first, zoom in, we'll just check 100%. So nice and sharp. We should be able to do a nice light edit on this one. It's going to be a little different. This isn't going to be a pure Lightroom edit. It is going to go to Photoshop because of something I want to try specifically for this set of pictures, which I'll explain as we go through the edit. So what we'll do first is we'll just check our sharpening. Just want to take it down just to keep the edges nice and sharp. I'm going to pump up our textures a little bit, and we'll just desaturate a little bit because that's just kind of how I like it. And that's basically what we're going to do for that. And now we'll take that into Photoshop. Now we're in Photoshop, let's just duplicate our background. Do a clean up. There's a few stray hairs and things I want to clean up, so and we're just going to go to our clone stamp tool, current number low, and let's just work on cleaning up some of these little minor, we're only really working with minor skin blemishes. We're not making any fundamental changes to a person. It's just to really kind of clean up the look a little bit, because you know everybody has bad hair and bad skin days, and sometimes because it's not normal, it's an extraordinary thing, we can use Photoshop to correct it. So what we'll do now, a bit closer, take this brush size right down a bit, and just going to work on cleaning up these obviously getting rid of pesky stray hairs. Cosplay wigs are notorious for hairs getting everywhere into a picture, and you don't want them. We just want to just clean it up a little bit. And as with Thor, you need to keep moving your selection point around, and this is just to make sure that you're working from an area closest to the area that you're colouring up effectively, so you're making sure that things blend in. And we're not working at 100% opacity on this, we're only working at about 58%, so it is very gentle. So just going to this cleaned up quickly. Won't take not too long. Just gives a cleaner end result, which is what it's all about at the end of the day. Just there a little bit. Oh, wait a minute, what happened there? Still clean up there. Just see a few telltale marks there, but straight away I think that's much cleaner, better starting point. So now that we've got those two together, we're just going to quick zoom out, check to see if there's anything else that we need to tweak, like any kind of bruising or anything. I mean, you know, we can go to the trouble of tattoo removal, but I'm not that fussed about that. I'm pretty much she isn't either. So I think that's a good, clean look there. Yeah, obviously there's a immediate one we have to go. That's what I mean about synthetic wigs. You just get that one hair that stands out. And you're like, your eyes go straight for it. Well, at least mine do. Just quickly take that out a bit. Let me just zoom out again. Looks a lot better. So now that we've done that, merge those together. And we'll get our frequency separation going. I'd say that's 6 pixels about right. I think that's correct there. Just take our brush, which as always, sometimes you have to select and deselect it a couple of times. areas that need a bit just smoothing out a little bit. And I'd say that kind of okay where I am, so let's go for the lasso tool. And then we'll just trace under the rim of the glasses. And if you're wondering why why I always seem to leave out the lips, I want them to stay relatively sharp. I don't want them changing unduly. And then just to finish off, we'll just draw down and just give a quick zoom out a little bit now. Just turn it off for a second. And there you go. You can see how that just sort of smooths everything out a bit and cleans it all up. Now, on the last area that we need to tackle, that's the arm, so this is just me doing this because I'm a picky bugger. And as long as I get after this traced up, set line. Let's see if we can roll this. And this is just me doing this for completeness sake. But now we've got frequency separation done. So zoom out. And question is, do we need to do any dodge and burn? And I don't really think we need to. I say that and I'll bet you I'll end up doing it. But what I'll do at this point is I'll take these two layers. Cool. Turn that on. But okay, right now, perfectly fine image. But I'm going to do a different color grade for this, and took a while to do this. Actually, what I'll do is I'm just going to close that down, because surprisingly it was very hard to find many decent screenshots from the first two Lara Croft movies. So we have this one, which personally I think somebody's tweaked up the amber a bit. I mean, if you've watched EastEnders, if you remember EastEnders years ago, you know, she looked like Orange Cat, really. You know, she's like, who's had the fake tan on here? Now, I think that is possibly a bit closer to the kind of colour we're looking at. So what we're going to do, this will be fun, is we are going to go into export the web as a legacy, and we'll take our colors to 5. Now this is where I have to remember save color table. Okay. Now I'm hoping that is the right place to say that. What I'm going to do, just going to copy that path. And just going to throw that in Notepad. So we've created the color table. I wonder if I can export that as a swatch. That's not the old Swiss watch. That used to be out there. So let's just cancel that now. And let's see if we can actually import the swatch, or I bet that doesn't let you in ACT color table. All right, it can, but it's looking for a different path, which is crazy, but there you go. Or at least it says it's saved it there, but there's nothing there. Okay. Going to be one of those, remember how to do this. And we're 3 hours in, so I have a feeling, especially by the weight of this can, that we're looking at a 4-hour stream. But we made pretty good progress, managed to get about 4 pictures done in the first 3 hours-ish. So let's just have a look at where it might have put them. That's one of the irritating things about working with Adobe, is that sometimes there's not like a joined up thinking between some of the tools. They'll say things in one place, then you go to Photoshop, open it, and it's not there. And it's like, why is that not there? So we can't seem to get that color swatch in yet. it doesn't give you the option to have a look. So I'm just going to check something on the monitor. This folder is empty, so what were you actually doing, Adobe? You just went into this Save the Web Legacy. Maybe there's 5 colors. I can't remember. Save the color table. And can you save that as an ACT file? And the file's there, but it's not where it should be. So right, so we're in local app data and it's looking for this in roaming. Okay, now we're in roaming. So Adobe Photoshop 23 presets, color swatches. And we want to save that there, so let's just call this Tomb Raider. Hopefully this time we should be able to open and we'll import a color swatch. Now we can open a color swatch. There we go. So now that we've got our color swatch, the next job is we are going to apply to this picture a gradient map. And so we're going to double click. Color. And you may notice that the colors are pretty wacky. That is color grade. Now if we reverse that, that starts to look a bit more normal. And we just take the opacity down on this. I'm just actually wondering if we take that and go to soft white and then go somewhere like that, and then that should kind of take us into the tones of this sort of picture. see, that's darkening up way too much, so I say leave about 30% maybe. I think if we go any more than that, it's going to start to become too dark. So that's our picture, basically basic cleanup, frequency separation. We've not done any dodge and burn. We've done no kind of color grading, but we're applying a gradient map. And that's just going to kind of give it this kind of look, because that one doesn't really work for me, I don't think. So let's get rid of that. And we've been able to successfully save the color table, even though it saved it in a totally different place from where everything else in Adobe works, which is great joined up thinking, I might add. There's nothing more frustrating, especially when you work in IT, as long as I have, and you have to deal with programs and programmers who decide to not speak to one another and write things in totally different places, and it leaves you jumping around like an idiot trying to figure out why things aren't where they're meant to be. This would be so much easier if they just agreed on using one profile folder in the user's app data and not deciding that I'm going to do one in local and I'm going to look for it in roaming. I mean, what the heck? There we go, knocking microphones. Make sure that's not muted, because that would look really bad. Well, it's 1:09. The chat is very, very quiet tonight. So, welcome to the graveyard shift. No, I will not be online till 6 a.m. because my wife will kill me. And if she does that, these edits will never get finished. So, it's of utmost importance that I get this done. And we've got about 50 minutes-ish. So, we have our picture. Don't think we really need to refer to it, but we'll just keep it there for now. So, I would say that that is our completed edit. Doesn't really need a lot more than that. So let's get it saved, and then let's move on to the next picture. And we'll just get this back to our usual settings. And let's get this edited in Photoshop, as we always do. De-entering that. Let's clean that layer. Switch our navigator. And first thing we didn't see last time, I'm going to come down below. Just get our pen tool. Which would be nice if it wasn't going to be playing awkward, and we'll just erase that out there. And it's a case of basically more of the same. And while this fiddly worked, it doesn't take too long. Well, it says it doesn't, and then proceeds to spend way more time than he was expecting to do. Just me glancing at the chat in the hope somebody would actually come along and say hi this evening. But it's now technically Sunday morning, so most people are tucked up in bed and pretty much completely unconscious in the land of sleep, which is where I shall be shortly. Just make quick work of this. And you're probably wondering, doesn't this leave a lot of lines? When we come to frequency separation, these will disappear practically. You will not know they're there. This is just me just cleaning up a few stray hairs just to get a cleaner look. And they that hit that. Let's just see if this will let us get a little technical classes as well. A little bit. I'm not going to overdo it too much. But let's say yeah, I just want to even at the tones there a bit. I'll just take that back. And what we'll do always for the clone stamp tool. Just open that up, get the details pane. Fairly quick workout of smoothing out. Okay, no, this isn't being speeding up the video, honest. It's just doing it fairly quick and easy, and we'll then go for muscle tool and let's just get this drawn out. Turn it off and on. There we go. That's fine. We just need to zoom out a tiny bit and we'll just clean up around these edges. Just need to zoom out a bit more here. Just gonna just draw a loose selection. Turn off those layers and then grab, drag and drop our gradient map, and there you go, we have a finished edit. save. Put that. We don't need to save that. Right room. Pick up this one. And we're really cooking with gas tonight, or this morning for that matter. Wasn't expecting to be whizzing through this as fast as I am, so that's a pleasant surprise. Let's check. Right, let's clean up. Is that right below? Oh, bugged me that. Have to occasionally select the tool to be able to do anything with it. Now, looking at this, the thing I'm seeing here, like bruising, maybe, so take that out. And let's go in through a smaller brush. Sure, there's a quicker and easier way of doing this. Another photographer's stuff I'm following at the moment does a lot of sort of fantasy-inspired portraits, and she admitted that when it comes to like hair retouching, she was actually pretty sloppy at doing it, but you would never know how when you see how amazing her work is. There's always a lesson to be learned. You can always improve, or if you find a technique that works for you. See, oops. Right, kind of need to be well mindful of whereabouts you are performing a cleanup. Blend these in a bit. Oops. That's what happens when you get a little carried away. The reason that happens is because you need to watch the areas you're going in. Because as soon as that crosshair there hits the black, that is going to start painting darker tones into your picture, and that's not what you want. This is where you can see you need to just slow it down a touch. I think I might do it. So just a quick look over. Yeah, I see. Good. So let's get these. Move on to our next phase. Just a bit closer. Make our brush size up. Oh, bigger. We're using a very soft brush here, so the edges should blend in quite well. Should say the 18% grey show is powered by Stellar Artois. I think it's having its effect on me anyway, already. It's not surprising, really. I'm a fairly lightweight drinker these days. One of the things of going out with former workmates who like to mix wine and spirits, and the evening tends to become quite... Oh god, here we go. You can see it's losing the plot already. Come on, Mike, slow down a bit. Isn't a race, although I know I'm keen to get to bed. Don't really want to get up in the morning, especially if I'm going to find something else to stop working. I mean, it's bad enough when you find out your washing machine's on the blink. And replacement parts about £30 and will take me probably an hour or two to fit. So let's just give that... Oh, actually no, before we do that, let's go into the blur there. I was going to say blur then. I might start doing my Arkwright impressions, for those of you who are old enough to remember Open All Hours. I'll see you here. Granville. Now I'm really showing my age. But hey, that was heyday of comedy. Only now it's overshadowed by the Conservative Party. And I promise I don't intend to make this a political thing, but how on earth? All right, let me know. How on earth did we ever get suckered into voting in that bunch of complete incompetent people? I honestly don't know. I mean, it's the first time in probably as long as I can remember that the main political party, has fallen so far down in popularity, as well as within the space of 44 days, causing such panic, or shall we say concern, among the European and World Banks, that they are calling the budgetary decisions that were being put in place as being highly questionable. Just absolutely beggars belief. But, we voted in Boris Johnson. The Americans voted in Donald Trump. So, guess anything's possible. And that's the other thing that really bugs me. And I'm not going to go on much of a rant about this, but the outgoing Prime Minister basically goes back to being an MP with a Prime Minister's salary. How does that work in the real world? I mean, if you work in any other job and you fail and you have to leave and you go somewhere else, you don't take that salary with you. Really? I mean, come on, £115,000 a year doesn't sound like much, but when you think about all the MP subsidies and how they flip things and the parliamentary rules allow them to claim for everything and their dog, depending on which way the wind is blowing, it's a pretty good deal, especially like 44 days in the job and you screwed up and quit. I mean, there aren't many careers that you can screw up that badly and surface somewhere else, other than, say, football managers. And I'm not a football fan or follower much, but it does seem the case that high-profile football managers can be sacked from a club within a short time of their contract, and yet be snapped up by somebody else because they're available. It's like, how does this work? For ordinary people, if you're unfortunate enough to lose your job, you are going to be struggling. But these people are in a whole other world, especially politicians. Anyway, rant over. Otherwise, this will become a political talk show, and I don't intend to do that. I know I've just done it, but that was not my intention. So let's not rant about those idiots. Sodom, I say. So let's just not the sort of before. And there's the after. That's not bad. We're still retaining some skin texture there. We don't have the plastic skin look, which is something I'm not a fan of. I know some people would do. And maybe say if it was a more fantasy oriented image, I kind of expect it to be a bit more, I'm gonna put it, perfect. You know, because in the fantasy world you wouldn't have spots, split ends, your hair would be perfect, you'd have hair, unlike me. Completely none. Can't even remember if I meant to merge that, but that is our merge there. We just zoom out on that. Oh, we did. And we just boom, drag and drop our gradient map, and there we go. So let's get that saved. Maybe we should rename this the Stellar Artois show. Maybe I could get them to sponsor me. I have said I'll work for beer. Money preferably, but we'll consider beer. Right, let's get back to Lightroom. We have 2 images left in this set, which I think will take us probably up to about the 4-hour mark on the screen, which I think will be more than enough. I definitely won't be streaming for a few days after this. I need to recover. Plus, what many of you may not know, especially if you get this far, is that the following morning, when I get up all bleary-eyed, have a few coffees, first thing I'll do, power up my editing rig, which I'm sat at right now, log into Twitch, and then use the Twitch downloader tool to download the video itself from the stream and the chat, and then pipe that into DaVinci Resolve and spend an hour or two doing the edit, so trimming out all the breaks, making sure that the chat window fades in and out as we go between the break periods. Nearly got a burp there. And then render that out directly to YouTube, let YouTube do its processing, create a thumbnail image, and then publish the video on my YouTube channel. So you can watch these videos again on Twitch as highlights as well as YouTube, because I may either look at streaming directly to both, but I think the edited versions are a little better, and the Twitch chat is better than YouTube. It's about the only thing that's better. Teaming as Twitch are, well, not treating their streamers very well, but I'm not making any money anyway. I'm not an affiliate. Any support that I get would be from direct donations or through my Patreon. So if you want to do that, shameless plug, go check out my links, consider becoming a sponsor. I don't offer subs on this at the moment because I don't really know what's happening here. It's early days. So enough rambling, let's have a look at these 2 images. Yeah. I also like the Dutch tilt, so I'm probably going to play with both. I may do a crop on this one a bit. So I want to just keep the impact and maybe lose a little bit of top, but more on this side. But first things first, let's get some adjustments made. We're going around on the music again. I did try another music tracks from 100 Thieves. I wasn't too sure on it. I'll probably use it on another stream at another time. So got that set up. Let's get back into Photoshop. So this is very much a rinse, wash, rinse, wash, repeat. God, did that even sound right then? And what we'll do, we're just gonna zoom in and yeah. So let's get our columns down, current and below. Like I say, nobody would really notice this, but I would. I'm being a fussy bugger. I want my pictures to look the best that I can. I mean, I'm sure if I wasn't streaming, maybe I could edit these even better, but where would the fun be in that? For those of you who do watch these streams, I hope they are proving to be educational, you know, whether you're a photographer or a cosplayer. You know, you might be getting some ideas of how to do your own editing. Or at least an appreciation on how much work goes into editing pictures at times. Because I know some people think all we do is just slap a filter on and then try to charge people £100 or something for a shoot. And the reality is we don't. At least not in the UK. I mean, getting paid for a shoot outside of a con, you know, good luck to you. There's no problem shooting for free at cons because I would treat that as more of a collab with somebody, as long as they're not trying to use free pictures to make money out of. I know some people say they wouldn't do that, but especially in these cash-strapped times, some people will have no scruples about what they do. You know, I think that photographer's work should be valued every bit as the work of cosplayers, because cosplay isn't a cheap hobby anyway. Outfits can cost quite a bit of money, especially if you're custom made or you're crafting something. Materials, everything has a cost attached to it. And doing photo edits is costing technically not just my time, but electricity, the wear and tear on my computer. So I think, people should have some appreciation for photographers, and maybe consider actually supporting people a bit. We should be working together to bring out the best images we possibly can, and if we can do a little bit more than that'd be, oh god, that's a bit too much. Let's leave it about there. A quick break now. Let's just have a look. Let's just smooth that out a little bit. Okay, what was going on there? Just take a quick look there. We don't really need to soften up much here. Oh, maybe just this part here, as it's fairly close to the area of focus. And the rest of the image is mostly out of focus, so not really going to notice it that much. Now, on this image, I may well dodge and burn purely because let's just get our flow right down to about 6%. Take brush size right down a little bit. I'm just going to paint in a few highlights, especially where very, very subtle. To say it's not a massive change, it's just tiny little details. Let me just take that. There you go. So you can sort of see that we just highlighted the lip a little bit, slightly caught the rim of the glasses. We've also just pick out a few highlights in the hair, as well as the gun, well, the guns. And actually, they've got to be, I'm guessing they're 3D printed guns. I'm not 100% sure. But one nice thing, for once, we don't have orange tips, which means I don't have to select out of focus gun barrels and take the color out to make them look like they are real gun. But now that we've done that, we'll just take our gradient matte layer over the top of that. And there we have another edit, and we are rapidly approaching 4 hours of this stream, and the music is repeating itself. So just give you the shots we've done. Push that one down, push that one down. I like that one. I'm very partial to shooting at wide angles, very close up, especially when guns are involved, and then also shooting below the eye line. So we're sort of like shooting towards the chest, looking upwards a bit. Again, we're going for a more cinematic look. You know, if this was cropped to suit, you know, your TV on the wall, this is how you would expect to see, you know, a movie style picture. Or onto a better word, when you're lost for words. But we have to same photo again, just a little tweak. Oh, Dutch. The Dutch tilt. I went through a phase of doing Dutch tilts lots at cons. People seem to love that. I think it's almost because you can fit more of them in. And I think the tilt the tilt is meant to signify kind of disorientation. So it'd be that kind of scene when you see somebody waking up after being, say, drugged or something like that, and if you're walking around and the floor suddenly will be sloping. The whole idea is to convey to the person watching that they are like really out of it and don't know what's going on, which is very much like me at the moment. Here we are, the last edit of the evening, or morning for that matter. So at least we get to do some good catch up here. I'll be lost what Secret Con edits are done. Well, as I've talked about in yesterday's stream, I'm planning to sort of do some more work on digital art and brushing up my Photoshop skills to push them up to a higher level, so that if I don't have anybody to photograph, I can just grab digital assets from anywhere on the internet and create art. So that's kind of the plan, as well as streaming games. That's another one I want to do. I need to get back into playing games a bit. Right, so quick look here. Brush size down a bit. So as before, just doing a very quick clean up on this, because once we apply frequency separation, a lot of these telltale marks will disappear. We need to just take that brush size down a bit, just so we can work a lot closer without spilling over. clean a tiny bit. Let's just say I was just wondering that then. That was actually starting to I'd say that is that's about it by the looks of it. So let's get these merged. Definitely the quietest, one of the quietest streams I've ever done. As I've said previously, this is kind of what it feels like to be the DJ on the graveyard shift. You know, when your boss says, "Oh, we've just put you onto a new rota," and you're like, "Oh, fantastic, what time is it?" 12 till 6 a.m. But what I will say about streaming is I do enjoy it when people do come along and say hi, stuff like that, because it feels like you're not on your own, you know. And I know that everything I do is everyone's taste. I mean, you know, there are people who think that cosplay photography isn't proper photography. And, you know, you get to hear this camera clubs and what's going on there? Places where, shall we say, some of the members are considerably older and maybe just don't get what cosplay is. I mean, it's not really any different than modeling, to be honest, because you've still got somebody dressing up in something and you are taking photographs of them, unless of course you're dealing with an art nude model, in which case that's a whole different ballgame. Just goes the blur. And of course, if you're wondering why I don't select the eyebrows, it's because I want to keep them sharp. What we're doing with frequency separation is kind of blurring the skin slightly. This is also an occasional advantage when you're shooting a portrait and you don't nail focus 100%. It's just ever so slightly soft. Because while it doesn't look pin sharp, as soon as you zoom in on the face, you know, if that person had blemishes, a tiny bit of defocus can make all the difference. And one thing that maybe some people may not realize is that, you know, way back in the old days of shooting film, and I know film wasn't the sharpest, but portrait lenses weren't designed to be super sharp. They were more designed to be flattering to a person. So, and plus there's all kind of little tricks. And how did that? Get like that. You know what? Let's just go back to that. Details and photo stamp. Like I say, some of you might think, you know, God, what is he doing? He's obsessing over tiny details, but it's a bit better. Let's take a look at that. It's just an off chance more of the arm is in focus. Okay, that'll do. Just do a bit of an overlap there. So we'll just turn off frequency separation. There you go. So we'll turn those layers off. Let's get our dodge and burn. Yeah, definitely getting a little bit of a lift there. I don't think we really need to pick out the reflections. And that's where going to go just for these. I mean, this was going into a photography competition, for example, and I have to be a lot more careful about the brighter parts of the image, because there shouldn't be anything brighter than the face of the subject. So if the hands are too close to the light, you need to darken them down a bit, or you get marked down on points. You know, so funny old world trying to apply numeric values to something which is basically subjective. You know, one person might say that's art, another person might look at it and say, you know, that's, what is that? Don't get what that's all about. Right. Now that we've done that, just going to put our gradient map on there. And we'll save that. So let's just go to Lightroom. And this is our edit. Just come back in from Photoshop. And what we're going to do is we're just going to apply a bit of a crop. Now, I'm not going to go crazy about rule of thirds, but, you know, that, yeah, you know, technically that's probably what I was thinking of, but I'm conscious of all this kind of dead space around here, and I think well, I think that means my LED light needs charging again. So you've just noticed a sudden change of color balance. The lighting's changed. Well, that needs to go and charge again. Okay. Well, he said he wasn't going for rule of thirds and that, and yet suddenly that kind of works for me. So I would say that is kind of where I want to be. So the question is, there you go. I'm sure there was a button that would say okay or done to apply that. Yeah, I think we've done an okay job there. So, to recap, and recap where we have been. So we started off the stream with Bellatrix Lestrange, and we did the Photoshop v Lightroom, or Lightroom v Photoshop. At this point of the stream, it makes absolutely no difference to compare the workflow and output of using Lightroom. And I think the conclusion I've reached with Lightroom is that if you don't need to do any heavy editing, you know, if you're at a Comic-Con and you've just got back to your hotel room and you're uploading your files to the cloud, and you have, say, an iPad or your laptop with you, and you start editing, you can do some pretty good quick edits just using Lightroom like these. And these edits are great. We sort of play around with a few different looks. But then when we take it to Photoshop, we have the option to do more. So we can add atmospheric effects like smoke and haze and mist. We can also do lighting effects such as the wand, and most importantly, lighting effects on the person, because this light source, although it isn't real, if you were holding a bulb, say here, this would be lighting up your face, this would be lighting you up. And I've seen cosplay edits at cons where they've been given things like glowing orbs put on a staff or something, or the lightsabers glowing. Fantastic, don't get me wrong, love it. But the person themselves isn't lit up, and it's like, come on, is this some special kind of lightsaber that doesn't cast light on the person? Really? And I'm not calling people out for this. It may be something that's just outside of their level of knowledge in Photoshop. Maybe they don't want to spend that kind of time on editing pictures because they just want to upload them from their card straight to Facebook and get lots of likes and move on to their next event. And if that's what they want to do, that's fine by me. I'm not going to argue with that. But I want my work to be better, and that's what I'm pushing to do for the next couple of months, is to work more on my Photoshop skills, especially towards compositing, because you've seen some of the composites I've done, especially from the Witcher set. So you'll have an idea of where I want to go with my work. But enough of rambling from me. So, as I say, we started off with Bellatrix, and then let's turn filters off and get me. And then we ended up with Tomb Raider, and I'm happy with that. So I think at this point, this is a good point, or a good part for me to say, you have been watching the 18% Grey Show, part 9 of Secret Con Edits, and I'm your host, Michael Fleck, and thank you for watching, whatever time zone you're in. I'd like to wish you, wherever you are, a good morning. Good morning. See you next time.